What's up, dudes? Welcome to part 4. Yeah, if you want to win $500, just be subscribed to MrBeast, Jermaine Hayhoe, and Hayhoe Studios, and then like and comment on this video. That's all you got to do. It's pretty chill. Watch as long as you can. Really appreciate that. Peace. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. This is exhausting. I gotta want this though, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Who knew sitting around watching Survivor saying the MrBeast names 1,000,000 times would be so exhausting? MrBeast, MrBeast. Oh, I'm at a. Oh no, not quite at a 250,000 yet. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Excuse me, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Excuse me, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Ah. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Ah. Ah. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Ooh, yes, yes. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 So the cool part of a Survivor is that when you see them go into war and see them enjoy it, I think that's pretty cool. Like, I'm sure that must feel so amazing. I mean, it's amazing for a normal day because they're going on a spa, they're going to all these like cool places, and I think Zeke might win, dude. I think one of the toughest challenges that they do is you hang on a pole. That would be the toughest thing I'd imagine. MrBeast. Like a super tall pole, and then there's like these tiny little ridges where you can hold on to. MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. You got enough room to like put one of your like half of one of your toes on there. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast. There's no way Cerie's gonna last in this challenge. She's yeah, MrBeast. First and no surprises there. MrBeast. Culpepper at MrBeast. A lot of the big strong guys can't do it because they just weigh it. They weigh a lot. MrBeast. Ah! MrBeast. I got the raccoon eyes going. MrBeast. Oh, Damn, Andrew dropped like a rock. Poor gal. MrBeast. Ty versus Ozzy. Only person that could potentially beat Ozzy is Ty. MrBeast. We'll see. MrBeast. Ty might win the game, dude. I don't know. Ty has 2 hidden immunity idols. If he gets this one, MrBeast. Wow, an hour and 35. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I wonder what these challenges. There's like only 2 people and they're here for like a couple of hours. Like, what's Probst doing? Is he just like chilling the whole time? Like Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. There's only so much you can really say. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I wonder if like if one of them has to go to the bathroom, they're able to go, or I'm sure they must be able to. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I'm rooting for Ozzy on this one, guy, but Ty's looking pretty good. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Ty's slipping. Oh, Ozzy's slipping. Oh, Ozzy's out. Oh, Ozzy. Dang, Ty won. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Ty won that challenge. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Fiji looks so gorgeous. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Man, they're getting frosty. Mr. Beast. Man, I really hope Ozzy doesn't get voted off. Mr. Beast. Don't vote Ozzy, man. He's calling us all a bunch of fish. Get Zeke out. Mr. Beast. Ah! Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Hello? Oh, it's for you. Aren't you glad I answered the call for you? I'm delirious. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Wow, Andrea is bitter. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I hope Ozzy doesn't get blindsided. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, is she gonna do an extra vote for Ozzy? Oh no, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. He's gone. Oh my gosh. Poor Ozzy, man. I just feel for that guy, man. He gets screwed over. He's not even the best like players and competitors, but he gets screwed over. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Andrea is so fine. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
It would suck to have Shuri on your team for the challenges. She's not good. Mr. Beast. You got to be in really good shape to be in this game and be good in challenges. It's just the fact of the game. Mr. Beast. Poor gal. I feel for her, Mr. Beast. Wow, that was a blowout, complete blowout. 233,000. Poor Suri, Mr. Beast. That's what happens when you believe in yourself. Anything is possible. By Jeff Probst. It's true. It's true though. This could get 1 million views. It is, anything is possible, you guys, if you believe in yourself. I believe in me. I have gotten millions of views before. Only one on this channel so far that has a couple million views. But that was actually a video that I didn't even make, which is the ironic part. But if we can get this movie or this video to 1 million views, that would be amazing. That would be a dream come true. And if we can get the movie Rideshare to 1 million views, that'd be absolutely amazing. That would be amazing. Anyway, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. Does Michaela see the secret advantage that's right there? MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Jessica sees it. Oh. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Nice, Jessica. She sees the secret dimension. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. That is so sweet. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Getting a second win. This is good, Mr. Beast. We're tied, you know. With English being a second language, is you guys to spell all this immunity backwards, essentially. I feel for him. I wouldn't be able to do it in any other language, obviously. So all the credit to him, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, I think it's called Jessica, Sarah. I don't know, Sarah. She looks like a Jessica to me on the line. Dang, Andrea. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Beast, 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 Mr. 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Boo the fool. I love that expression. Boo boo the fool. Where did that even come from? I'm too lazy to look it up. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Ooh, Debbie might get voted out. Ooh, that would be. I would rather Debbie go out than than. I keep getting her name, Andrea. It might be Debbie that's got Mr. Beast. Andrea though, so cute. I want to keep her in. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh no, who's gonna go? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh no, Sarah voted her. Debbie. Oh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. God. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Sarah flipped. She just put a huge target on her back. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. They should have voted out Michaela when they had a chance. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Toast. Okay. Whoops. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Peeling an orange from my tree. This is from my tree. This orange is delicious. Oh my word. Wow. Mmm. Mmm. Sweet, it's a little sour, but not too sour. They're very sweet. Mmm. This orange is perking me up too. I hit the spot, you guys. It smells good. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, Andrea, come on, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Yes, she got it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
I'm like starting to talk out of the side of my mouth because it's like easier to talk like that, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. So now like my jaw's gonna be like, I, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast is Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
No, she said her plan is foolproof. You never want to say that. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Beast, Mr. 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, they're voting for tie. Why tie? What happened to the Zeke vote? Yes, it's Zeke. Yes, get her out of there. Mr. Beast, or him, get him out of here. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Michaela starts crying. Give me a break. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Michaela voted for Zeke. What the hell is she crying about? She voted for him. Mr. Beast, Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. 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 Beast, I just talk like this the rest of the time. They just say the word loved ones and they all start bawling. Oh, well, half of them do at least. Oh, that's sad. Mr. Beast. It's happy though too, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Wow, that was really good advice from Sarah's dad. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Pick Sierra, come on. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. Thing is about survivors, like they're in that hot sun every day, all day. No one's wearing sunglasses or anything. That would be the toughest part. Like it's hard for me to be in this, at least for me. Like I can't be outside in the sun not wearing sunglasses. It's like your eyes can get some damage. You know what I mean? MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. I always have a girl that's like always just kind of there. Like you don't know how or why she's there. Like no one really thinks of her as a threat or whatever, but she ends up lasting super long. So there's something to her game to be said, you know. This is season 34, episode 10, by the way. It is not a high without a low. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 No, it's either one of the hot blondes that are gonna get voted off. It looks like at least Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, Sierra's gone. Oh, that's sad. Andrew's still in there. She's hot. That sucks. She trusted Sarah, and I think Sarah voted against her. Mr. Beast, or voted for her. Sarah did her dirty. Sarah's gotta go. She's snaky. She's a snake. Should be, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh, Aubrey won one finally. Wow, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Wow, 6 minutes. That's impressive. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. Cochran did it in 17. They did the stacking of the cards. Anyway, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Wow, it's 38 degrees right now. That's cold. 38. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Oh, Sarah, it looks so high. In the jury, Mr. Beast, 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 I really don't want Andrea to go. She's so cute. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I don't really want Brad to go. I have a feeling, I don't know. I guess it might be Brad or Andrea. I don't really want either of those guys to go. I don't really like everyone in this. Those are kind of the only two people I like in this group. There aren't really many that I like in this season. I mean that are left here. I wanted Ozzy to win. Ozzy got blindsided. That was unfortunate. Maybe Ty because he's funny, but like Angie's gone, I think. Wow. Oh man, I don't like. I mean, I'm rooting for either Culpepper or Ty at this point, but Aubrey always has his face like. Nope. MrBeast. Jeff Bros. Michaela got it wrong, and he's like, and she kicks the puzzle, and then Jeff Probst goes, she kicks the puzzle, which always helps. All right, Culpepper got it again. Nice. I'm rooting for Culpepper now. Come on now. Ty, I don't know. MrBeast. Quarter of a million, guys. I can start to taste it, kind of. It's been a long, many hours already. And I'm only 25% there. But if I say a quarter of a million, that sounds a lot better than I'm 25% of the way there. I can do this. I know I can. Not only can I will. MrBeast. And I better get a freaking million views on this playlist. There's going to be a whole playlist. It's going to have to be like 10 videos, I think. We're actually probably 7, depending on how fast I go. So probably 7 to 8, maybe, videos that are each 24 hours long, because I put together the timeline. And about from 1 to 178,000, I think, is one 24-hour long video. So they're going to have to be around 7-ish, maybe 6, maybe 5, probably not 5, but maybe 5, I don't know, 5 to 8 videos total to be the whole playlist of me counting to 1 million for MrBeast. So if every single one of them get 1 million views, that would be life-changing for me. I have to change my life, guys. I'm at rock bottom, essentially. 34 years old, living with my parents. I have to freaking do something for myself. This is like a last ditch effort. I mean, I could be doing other things. Maybe I should be doing other things. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, there's no guarantee. The first, the 100,000 counting thing got me 170 views. So maybe I do this and I say MrBeast 1 million times and I get less than that. But there's no freaking way. This has got to get some level of attention. Mr. Beast, if you say it freaking a million times, does Mr. Beast appear? That is the question right here, right now. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Give this a like. Thank you and good night. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast. I missed a bit about I missed the whole tribal council. It's on my soapbox. Which I should be. Okay, here we go. All right, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Yeah, Sierra and Andrew look so fine. Okay, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. That'd be sweet if this could all be in one video, but unfortunately, W Curve Pro only has 24 hours, only 24 hours limit for time on MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 oh my gosh, MrBeast, 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 oh my gosh, MrBeast, MrBeast, Sarita, MrBeast, 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 oh my gosh, that was awkward. Sarah let her hold it, and then she tried to use No, oh my gosh, it's going down at tribal council. Damn, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 This is a wild tribal council. Everyone's whispering in each other's ears. Ty, you better use your idol, buddy. Ty caused the drama. Ty didn't cause any drama. He didn't use his idol. What an idiot. Unless they all change. No. How down the road of Michaela. Oh my gosh. Maybe he's smarter than I think. Mr. Beast. Michaela's gone. This is crazy. Oh wow. Well, she had to go. Michaela had to go. Mr. Beast. I'm surprised she lasted this long. Mr. Beast. Pretty smart girl, but she's got the wrong attitude. Mr. Beast. Sarah's got to go. Mr. Beast. Cherie's got to go. Mr. Beast. I hope Culpepper stays. Mr. Beast. MrBeast. Oh, the next one's the finale. I might as well stick around the damn finale. I was gonna stop at 250,000, but I'm gonna keep going. There's the finale here. I'm gonna go to the gym after this. Damn, Sarah is so fine. They have a packed house at CBS. Man, I miss the days of crowds. Ah, MrBeast. Excuse me, MrBeast. Excuse me, MrBeast. I don't know. I want either Ty or Culpepper to win. I think Culpepper has the best chance. Tie the liar. No, you don't need anyone. He said, I need someone to lean on. I'm like, dude, you have 2 idols and there's only 6 people left. Ties are caught in a web of web. Culpepper. Culpepper's funny. He's lied to me numerous times. I got no problem going to tribal council and voting him out with his own idol. Oh wow, this challenge is tough. Come on, Culpepper, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, come on, Culpepper, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. You got it, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Good job, Culpepper. Attaboy, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Is that pretty good for a dumb jock, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast? You did well in that puzzle, Mrs. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. is Pick time. Or Aubrey. I feel like a dog. Culpepper's like, geez, he's like on Ty's case right now. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Troyzan's still there somehow. I mean, I guess he hasn't stood out as much, and he's been in a good alliance. So Culpepper's relentless. He's like, we're voting him out tomorrow. He's like, play the idol. Ty's funny. I don't know. He's crying. Oh, Ty. 10 minutes before Tribal is having an emotional breakdown. This is on. Oh, that's a good point. Nobody really cares about me. They just want something from me, and it's painful. Oh, geez. Oh, poor Ty. Oh, I feel sorry for this guy. He's crying. How crazy it'd be if someone that's watching this somehow, for some reason, is also a Survivor fan. Comment below. We can talk Survivor. This is so much fun. MrBeast. It would be sweet to be on Survivor. It would be pretty sweet. I mean, it wouldn't. I mean, there'd be a lot that wouldn't be sweet, like not eating, being really cold, and MrBeast getting rained on all the time, and getting backstabbed. But other than that, I think it would be a lot of fun. All the challenges and opportunity to be in a tropical island or wherever you are, 39 days, meeting jet probes, getting a tribal council. That'd be a lot of fun. Sarah always looks like a deer in the headlights. You know, people have resting bitch face. She's got resting dipshit face. I'm sorry, Sarah. Don't Don't handcuff. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Officer Sarah, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Yes. Ty better play his idol, man. It's gonna be either Aubrey or Cherie. Damn, Sarah looks so fine. Oh, is he gonna use both? Oh wow, he played it for Auburn. Auburn, that goofy smile. Wow, he played both in one go. Dang, son. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Sarah has a legacy. Holy crap, 2 idols played plus a legacy advantage. Oh my gosh, what? Troyzan has some. Mr. Troyzan has an idol. Mr. Beast, Who can get the vote? Holy crap, 5 people immune, so only Suri. Suri's the only one without a vote. Suri's gone. So Suri's gone. Holy crap. She got voted on without getting a vote. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. She got voted out because there's literally no other choice. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. She's played it 4 freaking times. Like, jeez, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Has she won yet? No. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. She gets voted out without even getting a vote. Mr. Beast. Sorry, Siri. Mr. Beast. Sirrah, Siri. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. This has had some of the most wild tribal councils like I've ever seen this season. Truly game changing. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I still wish like a Malcolm or what's his other name? Ozzy type. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast should have won. Should stay there, but I guess they're too big of threats. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. All right, sir. It's time for you to get up. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. She's still like sitting around talking. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, that was wild. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Everyone gave her a standing ovation. She's getting voted out without any votes. That would suck. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Sarah and Ty getting all the votes. Aubrey got a vote. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh, she's got a stain on her shirt. That's too bad on national TV. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Poor gal. She was good. She was a good player. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. I don't really like say. I'm just gonna say this again. There's not many people that I really like in this season. I like Culpepper the most out of all these, but I'm still not like Mr. Beast. Cochran has been my favorite Survivor character by far. I like him a lot. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That and Boston Rob. I love Boston Rob. And Phil. I really like Phil just because he's super entertaining, Mr. Beast. I want to see Philip in another season. Hopefully he's in one of these next ones. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Go out there, did it again, Mr. Beast, Good job playing for Monica. That was good, Mr. Beast, Dude, this guy was a pro football player. I mean, this guy, like, how do you really compete with this guy? This guy who played on a grand stage, like best in the world type thing. Like, how do you play against this guy in these immunity type challenges? It wasn't super physical, but he's able to focus and take something to the end. That says something. So I don't know. I think Culpepper deserves it. Mr. Beast. Although he's probably already rich in his own right, Mr. Beast. Well, he is rich in his own right. He has to be Mr. Beast. All these other guys aren't even close. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Aubrey again is like someone that's just still kind of there for no reason. She's not really. Even if she made it to the end, are people going to vote for her? I highly doubt it. Ty, maybe. Sarah, may not really. Troyzan, there's no. Troyzan, are people going to vote for Troyzan? No, I don't see him as a game changer, a game player at all. It's going to be Culpepper, maybe Ty or Sarah. I don't know. But if I was Culpepper, I would probably bring Aubrey because she was just kind of like a goat, survivor goat. And Troyzan, I mean, I would take Troyzan. Ty is so wishy-washy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Poor Ty. Yeah, Brad intimidates the crap out of Ty. Troy's hand says there isn't anyone that he can't beat. I don't think anyone's going to vote for Troy's hand. Sorry, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He's just kind of been there the whole season. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Aubrey's gone. She lasted so long, just like floating like driftwood. There, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I would have brought her. I would have brought her with though. She's like the biggest goat, like one of the biggest goats of that whole group. So I would have brought her easily. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Sarah's a physical threat. I mean, if she wins this, Culpepper's gone. Culpepper goes down backwards. It's funny. Sarah's killing it in this last challenge. Ty's doing pretty well too. Come on, Culpepper, please. Sarah's kind of an idiot, so I don't know. I'd be surprised if she if she if she wins this one. Go on, Culpepper. Go on, my son. Mr. Beast stairs hasn't even gotten one. Oh, she got one. Finally, Mr. Beast. Troy's in. Where's he at? Oh, Culpepper got it. Go on, my son. Good job, Culpepper. He got it. Mr. Beast. He's at the end. He's got to win. Culpepper's. There's no way Culpepper's going to lose this one. Mr. Beast. Five individual immunity challenges. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. And then Troyzen didn't win 5, and he thinks that he could beat Goldberger. I don't know. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That must feel so good, like having immunity going into the final 3, knowing that it's not up to you. You can't get voted out. It's up to the jury. You could just plead your case, and that's it. That must be an amazing feeling. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 He is a bit arrogant. He's like, "This is my island. I'm the king." I'm like, "Oh, it's a bit arrogant to say, but can't blame him. I mean, he's Ty's backstabbing the whole game. He says, "Mr. Beast, Mr. 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 Beast, So after football, he's a trial attorney. I mean, this guy's like, how do you go up against that? He was an NFL football player plus trial attorney, so he can plead his case for the jury. I mean, unless the jury just really doesn't like him, which that it could be true, but MrBeast. But in my experience of watching this, typically people vote for the person that has been playing the hardest. And I like Ty though. Ty, the jury hates me. I wouldn't want to see a fire making. Talk about doing fire making against Troy's So, You came in like a little child. I hope they have to make top fire. I don't think they're going to though. Ty is gone. He's a funny guy. Tyson, funny character, Mr. Beast. I don't know. Sarah might have a shot. I don't think Troyzen has a single shot at all. Sarah might get a couple votes, but I'm pretty sure Culpepper's gonna win. My money's on Culpepper. Mr. Beast, 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 If I was Sarah, I would have voted for Troy's and made those two do a fire building competition, because then if it's those three, she has a better shot at winning. I don't know. Maybe she doesn't, or maybe she actually a better shot at winning. Bring goat Troy's in. That's true. Only one person wrote his name down, or two people wrote his name down. But those typical people that just fly under the radar, that don't rustle any feathers, they typically don't win. I'd be really surprised if Troy's wins. Ah, that's interesting. He's like, I don't need the money, but I desperately need to win. And it shows like your urge to win, man. It's not just money that motivates people. It's just he just wants to win. It's like MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. God, Sarah's so gorgeous, man. Damn, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Sarah has a maybe Cher has a shot. I don't know. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. She's got Sarah's got the cop look, like just nodding, just not caring and not believing a word anyone says. Like Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. She says her personal relationships were 100% real, and everyone laughed. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. I don't know. Sarah actually might win. I don't know, based on how people are talking. And then people that typically win are the ones that are sitting the center. And Sarah's sitting in the center out of the 3, which is interesting. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Damn, Sarah's so fine. MrBeast. Hopefully she's not too tall. Yeah. Although I'm 6 foot, so as long as she's my height or shorter, I don't discriminate. Yeah, MrBeast. The way people are attacking Sarah makes me think that she's going to be the one that's going to win. She's been an undercover cop for 10 years. You notice how no one's talking about Troy's name. Michaela, what can you tell the jury what you actually did? 260,000. Troyzan, you're not getting a single vote, dude. Yeah, Troyzan, you were a passenger, bro. You were a passenger. Poor Ty. MrBeast, 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 Zeke is really pledging for Sarah right now, so I don't know. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. This guy Sarah is so gorgeous. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Yes, Ozzy. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Yeah, Sarah's like, well, he's a professional athlete. That's a really good point. Saying like, he's a cream of the crop. He played in the NFL. I don't know about you guys, but he has an advantage over anyone when it comes to anything athletic. Sarah actually might win. I don't know, because I think Culpepper might have the whole. Ooh, Sarah's doing well. She's doing well, MrBeast. All right, we're almost over. 10 more minutes. And I'm gonna go work out because I'm trying to get swole now. I've worked out twice in 7 months. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Sarah might win it. I don't know. MrBeast. Culpepper is not doing as well. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I think Sarah is doing a really good job because she's making it about the jury, not about her as much. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Okay, Troy's on. What's Troy's going to say? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. He's like, I might have been good, but thank you guys, Mr. Beast. I don't even know why they even have 3 people, because it's never really even close. It should just be the last 2, Mr. Beast, 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 like political candidate, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Like no one gets anything for for third. I mean, it might be close. I don't know. We'll see, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I know Culpepper's going to get at least 2 votes, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I'd vote Culpepper, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. But either one, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. This is the season finale of season 34, by the way. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. There used to be 15 episodes per season. Now there's like, I guess, 12. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Sarah was on the out on a lot of votes, so I don't know. I think it could go either way. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. This is the first one in a while where I think it could go either way, Sarah or Brad. No one's gonna vote for Troy's hand. Mr. Beast, 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 Culpepper with the stash. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. I don't know. Sarah might win. We're gonna see. I don't know, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Troy Zan's gonna win. Just kidding. There's no way she's gonna win. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 I don't know the look in Culpepper's face. I think he knows that Sarah won. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh yes, Culpepper. Come on, Culpepper. Please, Mr. Beast. Look at him. He looks frustrated. I think he knows that he didn't win. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. The crowd's cheering a lot louder for Sarah. The look in Culpepper's face shows me that he knows that he didn't win. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Another vote for Sarah. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Yeah, it was Sarah. Damn, Sarah won it, Mr. Beast. I think they know. Thing is, by the time, because they talk to the other people at the end, like they talk to the jury. I'm sure, like, because they're all friends and stuff. They ask them who they voted for, and they could assume who voted for who. So Culpepper was an underdog in the sense that he was an NFL football player. He already had the money. It's not going to be crazy life-changing. For Sarah, she's a cop. She's in undercover. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. There's a live reunion show, but I've been saying Mr. Beast's name I think 80,000 times in a row today. So I better stop this.
Ow!
Oh. Oh.
Ow. Ow.
Oh. Oh.
Okay. Just got to make sure. Jeez. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh gosh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Beast, Mr. 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 Beast, Mr.
Oh, I gotta get out of here, Mr. Beast. Excuse me. So I'm on season 35, episode 5. The past will eat you alive. I think Chrissy's gonna get voted off. MrBeast. I hope it's Christy. Rourke. Oh, no way. Rourke I voted out. Why did he vote for Rourke? Why? He just messed up his chances right there. He should have kept Rourke because as a swing vote right there, he could have. Chris is too dangerous. He kind of messed up his chances right there. Was that David? His name? Ryan is his name. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. I want Ryan to win. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Yeah. Ryan's like, I don't know why people want to work with me. I think I'm a freaking weasel. Silly thing to say, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. What animal are you? Comment below. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That's how I know the real ones. If you're responding to stuff I say in the random 272,115 mark, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. You guys, the real MVP, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, what the heck? Why did they vote at Allie? What the heck? Why did I don't understand that, dude? These guys are idiots. Allie, poor Allie. She's so cute too. Oh, she's so Ryan's going with the numbers, interestingly enough, but he's not gonna. There's no way he's gonna compete with JP at all. Any of the challenges, They're getting it's the merge, and they're getting Outback Steakhouse, and they're drinking beers. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It is fun, like watching them. People, they're starving, and then they're having these awards. This is pretty cool. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Kind of shows what a lot of us take for granted. Even now, even just being able to go to a restaurant is like insane. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, that steak was really good. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. But my mom can make better steak. My dad can make better steak. Both my parents can make way better steak than any other restaurant. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Better baked potatoes, better salad, better everything. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 $275,000.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I like Desi. MrBeast, MrBeast, he's just one immunity. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Excuse me, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast.
Excuse me. God bless me. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Jessica might be going home. Oh, that's too bad. She's cute. I don't just care about the chicks that are cute that give it out. But it is sad to see them go. Dang, Danny's fine. MrBeast,
MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Everyone. Mr. Beast, if we can make it through 2020, we can make it through anything. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I have a special message for you guys. Happy almost 2021, everyone. We can make it through 2020. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Happy almost Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Excuse me, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh wow. Wow, four people, four people are voted for.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I hope Joe gets voted out. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Dang, Desi got voted out. Dang. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Why did they vote her out? MrBeast. Ryan, I got an idol in my pants. Or am I just happy to see you, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. No, it does. He's crying. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I thought they wanted Joe. I guess they didn't want Joe to get out. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That doesn't make any sense. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
If we can make it through 2020,
Mr.
we
Beast,
can
Mr.
make
Beast,
it
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast.
through anything.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Happy almost
Mr. Beast, Mr.
2021,
Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr.
everyone.
Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast,
We
Mr.
can
Beast,
make it through
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast,
2020.
Mr. Beast,
We can make
Mr.
it
Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr.
through
Beast, Mr. Beast,
anything.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Happy almost 2021, everyone. If we can make it to 2020, we can make it through anything. Happy almost
Mr. Beast, 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 Dang, Ashley can swim. Mr. Beast. Well, she's a lifeguard, so she better. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I would definitely want her on my team. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh, they got the surfer and the lifeguard on the same team. Dang son, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, I'd be doing that. JP jumps off the ladder and swims underwater with the mask on. That is badass. I would do that. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, because I'm better at Froggy style swimming, and it's better having like mask on. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Because when you're in contact, you can't open up your eyes underwater. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Happy almost 2021, everyone. If we can make it through 2020,
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Joe's shooting basketball style. He's doing really well. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Granny was doing. Ben was doing granny throws. Granny. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, he gets 2 in a row, 2 granny throws in a row. Wow, I guess whatever works. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. The music is so good. Like time the music so well. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Dang, they get to go on a huge yacht. Imagine being on a big yacht in Fiji watching dolphins. Oh my gosh, that'd be amazing. That would be a dream come true. Mr. Beast, 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 I'm having fun. I'm actually having fun saying Mr. Beast's name a million times. Mr. Beast. I'm only 28.2% of the way there. 28.2551 to be exact. Mr. Beast. They all moaned to Mr. Beast. Ryan's like the most strategic player here. Mr. Beast. Daddy's home.
Daddy's home.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Happy almost 2021.
Uh-oh, Ryan might have gotten himself in trouble. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Three.
MrBeast, Oh gosh, I'm getting better at multitasking, like right. Oh gosh. Oh, what in the world, MrBeast? Oh gosh, no, MrBeast.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. God, Lauren. Right. Oh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, the Beast, the Beast, was 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 the Beast. Mr. Bass, the 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 bass. Mr. Bass, the 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 bass, and the bass, the bass, Mr. Bass, Mr. Bass, the bass, the bass, the bass, the bass. Mr. Bass, the bass, the bass, the bass, Mr. Bass, the bass, the bass, the bass, the bass, the bass, Mr. Bass, the bass, the bass, Mr. Bass, the bass. Mr. Bass, the bass, the bass, the bass, the bass, the bass. Mr. Bass, the bass, the bass, the bass. Mr. Bass, the 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 bass. Mr. Bass, the bass, the bass, the bass, the bass, Mr. Bass, the 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 bass. Mr. Bass, the bass, Mr. Bass, the 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 bass, Mr. Bass, Mr. Bass, the bass. Mr. Bass, the 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 bass. Mr. Bass, the bass, the bass, the bass, the bass, the bass, Mr. Bass, Mr. Bass, Mr. Bass, Mr. Bass, Mr. Bass. Mr. Bass, the 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 bass. Mr. Bass to the bass, 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 Mr. Bass to the bass, to the bass. Mr. Bass, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Cole's gone. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Dude, I want to blow up on 2021. I want to get big on YouTube. MrBeast. Build a movie studio. Yes, it's happening this year. MrBeast. In Northern California. Ooh, that would change the game. Joe's funny. Everyone thinks I'm this crazy doctor. Stir. Beast.
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, my friend's kid, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. She's adorable. Oh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Lauren is a dark horse in this event. She's just running a MrBeast. Oh no, Mike beat her. MrBeast. Oh no, she got it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Happy.
Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast. It's MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. True. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Uh-oh, it's gonna be a blind side. Ryan, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh, JP got voted. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Beast, Mr. 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. It's getting hot in here. Name the movie that this jacket was in. Only the real players know. Leave in the comments below. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast and Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Dang Christy guy when she needed it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast is Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Ryan played his idol. I don't think he's gonna get any votes. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I don't know. I'm nodding my head every single time I say Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It like helps or something. I don't know. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Every season there seems to be someone making a fake immunity out on Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 I had your back since day one. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
They should team up with Dr. Mike, MrBeast. Is that his name? MrBeast. Ryan and Kirsty just team up with Dr. Mike, MrBeast. Oh, they're seeing the loved one.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
When loved one comes out and hugs Jeff. Jeff Probst. I kind of want Devin to win. I don't know if he's going to, but it weirds me out when okay, you guys, it weirds me out when adults kiss their parents, either their mom or their dad, like on the lips. You guys kiss your parents on the lips. That's weird. I think that's weird, especially a guy kissing his dad on the lips. I've seen that. That's weird. I think it's kind of weird. Is that weird? Am I the only person that thinks that? It just weirds me out. All right, this guy kissed his mom on the lips. That's kind of weird. I think that's weird. Would you guys do that? I don't get it. She, maybe like. Anyway, I had to say that because I was like, my reaction was like, all right, that's weird. All right, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Wow, they're drawing bag. They're drawing rocks from a bag to see if they match. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Wow, we just have to draw matching rocks. That's crazy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Okay, MrBeast.
Man, he gave it up for a massage. Better be a damn good massage.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Oh my gosh. What's her name? Gave the doctor half of a idol and he threw it in the fire. Wow, everyone's talking at the same time. Wow, this is an awesome tribal council, man. Season 35, episode 12. See, this one, I love this part of Survivor, like the last, when it comes to the merge, I think everything gets really good. Like, I like the opening ones, like good to know the first couple episodes, like, okay, you kind of know who's going to go first off, especially like in the new cast type people. If there's threats, big threats, like if they do one of those big reunion type shows and they have the bigger threats early, and that's exciting. But in terms of new cast members, I love this stuff. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I love it. Ben has a real one. MrBeast. Hopefully Lauren's gonna be gone. MrBeast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Well played, Ben. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Wow, she got voted out with one vote. Everyone voted for Ben except for Ben. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. They were gonna vote for Lauren. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. They all voted for Ben. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Lauren's gone. That sucks, Lauren. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That was smart on Ben to not say that he had an idol. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. 298,000, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
All right. It's New Year's Eve. I got to 298K. I think I'm good for being here. I think I could go home and do the rest.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast is Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast is Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
God bless me. Click like for a sneeze. Excuse me. God bless me. And God bless this video. MrBeast.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Excuse me, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast,
Look at that horse. Look at that horse. Look at that horse.
Shout out to Jeff Probst, he's a man. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Beast, Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Beast, beast, and 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 beast, and
So crazy they get like random islands off Fiji that are just like tiny bits of sand and they do challenges on them. Crazy. Kind of like how Mr. Beast bought an island. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I'm watching season 26 Ghost Island. By the way, I was season 25 or sorry, 36. Season 35 Survivor was crazy. It got crazy and crazier every single time. It was a lot of fun. Congratulations to the person who won it. I'll try not to spoil it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I think the person that won it deserved it though, big time. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. This season's kind of interesting. I'm about 4 episodes in, and it's like a couple characters I like. No one really stands out so far, so yeah, kind of a bunch of meh type characters. So no one's really stood out yet. But Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
MrBeast, Shit. No. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. MrBeast, 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 Ladies, pick a damn side. God, this lady's really annoying. I hope she gets voted off. That's the beauty about Survivor is that like typically like the really annoying ones get voted out. She's still talking. Like, gosh, who cares? Now she's crying. What are you crying about? Shut up. I'm just skipping her. Gosh, they did a whole segment on her. Mr. Beast. Oh, shoot. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I like Dom, I think, so far. No one else I really like. I don't really care about any of these characters. They're kind of bland or annoying.
These two are button heads.
MrBeast, MrBeast. Excuse me. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast.
Get it out of here.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
You need anything to drink before I walk in?
You know what? Water would be cool. Thank you.
What do you need to do? I just have no idea.
Appreciate that. Oh, thank you. Oh, I don't need ice. Yeah, water's
All right,
great though.
take care. Have a nice afternoon.
Yeah, we'll do. You too.
Thank you. Yikes. Water is good, you guys. Today's New Year's Day. You know, today's New Year's Day, you know. New year, new me. Just doing a couple new things this year, you know. MrBeast, 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 excuse me, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. It's a beast, 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 a beast. Mr. Beast, a beast, Mr. Beast, a beast, a beast, a beast, Mr. Beast, a beast, a beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, a beast, a beast, a beast, a beast, a beast, a beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
These challenges are so well thought out and well planned. Note to self for 2021: drink more water. Dang, purple team just had this major comeback. Never give up, you guys. Never surrender. Also, Daisy Keach's boyfriend is in this season. Michael, I guess he was 18 and he tells people he's 23. He looks like he's 23, but he's freaking 18 years old, this guy. They might be voting for him. I like this whole Ghost Island theme though. That's pretty cool. Their sets are so cool. It'd be sweet to make a show like this. Maybe MrBeast wants to exec produce. MrBeast. That'd be sweet. If I was the Mark Burnett of YouTube, that would be freaking amazing. This Bradley guy is he's an arrogant prick. This is what it is. Sure, he's a nice guy. He's coming across as an American, as an arrogant prick. Oh wow, this is good, MrBeast. They're going for this guy, MrBeast. Oh wow, Michael bringing out the idol, MrBeast.